2026 is hereby called to order at 6:15 on September 17th, 2025. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Here.
Dr. Graff? Mrs. Carly? Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mr. Farley?
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes. So the purpose of this hearing is to review the district budget for fiscal year '26. The budget has been on public display for 30 days. Dr. Kaler, would you please present the information regarding this budget?
Sure, the budget was put on display August 6th or 7th, whatever the day we had our last, the first meeting in August. It was advertised in the SJR August 17th and again on September 7th. It only has to be done once 30 days prior, so the August 17th is fine. The September 7th is just a second reminder that we put in the paper just to make sure that people know about this hearing. We'll go through this. To the board, you have heard this information, you've been seeing it, we've been talking about the budget deficit since May, maybe even before that, but we'll continue on that, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the things we're doing to address that deficit as we get through it. All right, so first of all, school, so you've asked me to do a little bit of kind of a finance 101, so I've tied that into this whole presentation along the way. Our operating funds are Ed Fund, O&M, which is operations and maintenance and transportation. The other funds are our special purpose funds, debt service. It's Fund 50, it's IMRF, Social Security. I always just call it IMRF in here. Capital improvement, which is our countywide sales tax, also our construction, and our health, life, safety, which is Fund 90. We do not use a Fund 80, which is a tort fund. As a tax cap district, right now, unless they change the rules on about ability to levy for that, it doesn't serve us a purpose. We absorb those funds into our, expenditures into our Ed Fund. Budget at a glance. Each year, between the budget and the levy, you have to put up your beginning balances. So those are the top line for this year. At least one time during the year, those have to be presented to the board. You can see what we're estimating as revenue for the year across the board. The second line is our expenditures. A couple things I want, and then down there we've got transfers. We've had the first line transfer for a couple years. That is two parts. One is the $300,000 that we abate off of taxes, which to cover the bonds, help cover part of the bonds on the rack. The second one is the alternate revenue bonds. Those are the construction bonds for the current project. So this year's bond payments are about $1.5 million for the construction project for this, and then the $300 for the $100,000 for the abatement. We also have a transfer from bond and interest to operating and maintenance. That is not a fund balance transfer, that is accrued interest transfer. So that is interest that we've earned on investments that we can transfer to a fund, another fund as needed. The fund balance deficit is because of decreased revenue. ESSER revenue, state revenue cuts, and some federal cuts. Our property taxes are strong. We're anticipating a property tax growth. We always balloon our levy. We've done that for as far back as I can find the records on that. Our property taxes have our property values have typically gone up about 6% a year. That's what we're anticipating again this year. And from what we're seeing for next year, we're seeing the same thing, anticipating about a 6% increase in EAV for our district. And then you've got our ending fund, anticipated end of the year funding balances on the bottom. Capital projects. I got asked this question last year. Why do we have a $10 million deficit just in that one? Because in capital projects, we funded this capital project in March of 23 when we sold the bonds. So that's when the revenue came in. Now we have the expenditures to finish this project. So we're expecting to go through the majority of the rest of that bond this year. That will be wrapped up primarily by December with some retainer fees that will probably get paid, it could be as late as March or April of last year for retainers of projects. We have some things that we know have to be fixed in the summer, and so we will hold those retainers until those things are fixed to satisfaction.
Sorry, go back for just a second.
Yep.
So all the countywide sales tax is coming in the revenue line of the capital projects.
Yes.
And then it just effectively gets moved over to bond.
Yeah.
The bond
almost all.
fund. Yep. And so we're abating the taxes of $300,000 forecasted for this year, which also then it's still coming out of capital projects to get transferred over into
Yes.
bond. Okay. And what was the year that we just, for the benefit of everybody, just highlighting that capital projects one, we would have seen a huge surplus in that account. What was it, last year or 2 years ago, right?
FY '24, we would have seen that.
Yeah, so now we're drawing it
Last year
down.
we showed a $19 million deficit on that line item because that was when we started the project. We
Yep.
did not go through 19 million last year, we went through about 14 and a half. So that we're seeing that now. Also on that, the other thing on revenue in Fund 60, two more things. Marketing contracts that are going on and the interest on investments. So those are the three things that fit into Fund 60 revenue.
Good. Okay. And we could talk about this later in your presentation or now. Just thinking through fund balances in terms of what we have. I know our auditor last year gave us some guidance in terms of what's kind of a standard in terms of a range of so many days of cash in the accounts, relatively speaking, and,
The bare minimum you want is 90 days.
yep,
And if you can, the more you can increase that, obviously, the better. Couple reasons, you make money on interest.
yep,
So earning money on interest is always a good thing as it compounds. But second, just if there's a delay in state payments. For example, we had a state payment that was vouchered August 21st that just hit the bank on Tuesday. So we're starting to see some of those delayed in some of those categorical payments. EBF is still coming in on schedule, so that's not a concern, but that.
I'm gonna interrupt real quick. EBF is evidence-based funding,
Yes.
just for anybody that doesn't know that.
So, and I'm sorry, I talk in the acronyms and that
Yep.
stuff, so I
Yep.
apologize on that, so stop me if you have any questions on that. But just some of those categoricals, we're seeing longer delays on those from when they get vouchered to when they get processed and hit our bank accounts.
And so I think what I would like to suggest for the board, and Suzanne, I'm gonna actually ask you this one, but just because we had a couple of things in our strategic plan, which you were running point on for quite a while. I think it'd be good for us to have a good discussion around what target we want our reserves to be at just in the long run. And maybe that's something we can talk about in later meetings or whatever. And sometimes that day number may change year to year, but we should probably have a target of what we think is an appropriate level for this school district. So I might ask you just to remind me of that one, because I know I'll forget when it comes time. But at some point, I'd like to probably put something in there for that, so we've got kind of a North Star of where we want our reserves to be. And so we can think through that as we're putting the budgets together year to year, so.
The other thing we've talked about is looking at what's a realistic goal to get to each year.
Yep.
Can we go from
Exactly.
90 days to 100? Is
Yep.
that a realistic goal of growth from one year to the next? Because going from 90 to 180 is an impossible goal to set in year one. So you've got to look at it incrementally. How can we do it, and what's realistic to do?
I think that's spot on, and especially as we think through, as we start getting projections out, I know you're working on that to get that to us. As we look for those projections over the course of the next 3 years or whatever else, then we can develop the plan on how to get there in terms of getting to that number that we want to. But I just think that would be prudent, especially as we're thinking through, situations where funding may be more limited than it has in the past, so.
Can I review one thing real quick? That when you were talking about the 10 million deficit, I want to try to put it in layperson speak, and correct me if I say anything wrong. So basically, for our building projects, we sold bonds to get the money for the building projects, knowing we would be paying it back with the money we're bringing in from the countywide sales tax, because that has to be spent only on capital projects. It cannot be used to pay salary or anything else. And so the reason you're seeing the 10 million deficit is because we got the entire lump sum when we sold the bonds, but we are now spending it as the project is going. So that's why it shows as a deficit. Did I explain that in
Yeah,
layperson
and
terms pretty
2 years
good?
ago, when I did this presentation, you'll probably remember me saying, I was looking forward to seeing the drawdown. And that drawdown, we're at the final stages of that drawdown now as we're spending about 1.8 to 2.2 million a month on the rest of this construction project, wrapping this up. It will slow down, because as we get, less and less things are happening, that's why it'll slow down on the per month spending.
Yes.
You saw the same thing last year in the winter when we had so many days where we were delayed or couldn't work, that you saw lower months.
Thank you.
All right, real quick, just so you can see what comes out of each of the funds. Try to make it, again, I didn't put in Fund 80, but so these are what we do with our funds. This is something that PMA shares every year, and this is what helps us make our decisions. A bill comes in, what's it for? Here's how we figure this out. Relevant information, very similar to last year. A couple things I want to point out. In Fund 20, there is, and this has changed since I even did this earlier this week, is there's a piece of equipment for the maintenance department designated for sidewalks, for snow removal. It will be used for other things the other parts of the year, but we need an RTV that can plow snow on sidewalks. Doing it with trucks does nothing but tear up the grass along the side of it or damage the snow plows because it's hitting parking barriers. We need something that we're doing that. That's about $33,000. So that has been reflected in the budget that you have in front of you tonight. So I apologize for not catching it on this. We are moving $200,000 from the state funding into Fund 20, and I did put that $250,000 of accrued interest. Where this gets better, and we've talked about this with the Finance Committee, and we've talked about it at the board, is next year when you levy, you have to make a decision on what you're doing with that abatement with the $300,000. If you do not do that, $300,000 of the repair capital projects will come out of Fund 20 and back into 60 the next year. Or you can transfer that into Fund 20. It doesn't matter either way that you do it. It's just that you've got that money. Big HVAC repairs, $50,000 for a new HVAC system. Right now, we took that out of Fund 20. Really, it should come out of Fund 60, but we don't have that availability right now.
What's the balance on the RAC bond?
The amount, I don't know, but I know it pays off in 2031. One bond pays off in 31, 33 or 36, but they're out there. They're still a ways before they're paid off. They're non-callable, so we can't just pay them off now. Our longest bond
Which
is...
I assume the interest on that you're not going to want to anyways, huh?
My
Pretty
thought
low.
is anytime I can pay something completely off and not have the interest on it, I always would, but it's not a high interest rate.
What about our, the bonds we just issued?
For this
Are they
construction
callable?
project? This construction project, I don't know if this one is callable or not. I'd have to go back and look. It was done before I came, and I haven't looked into that one. But it is high enough, and it's not at a real high interest rate. The first thing I would look to pay off is our capital lease,
Yeah.
which was something that we used to pay for some of the extras that we wanted on this construction project.
It's cash flow versus interest rate spreads, I
Yep.
guess. I mean, the reason I asked is just because, okay, if we got a bond with interest of 3%, we've got a bond with interest of 5%, and we can pay the 5% off first, you're probably money ahead a little bit, but
The
probably
only
have to work
bond
with
I
the
don't
math,
know
but-
about is our current alternate revenue bond.
Yep.
The rest of them are not callable.
Okay. Okay.
Again, relevant information just by our funds. It continues through. The big thing there, the working cash. Remember when we did the levy this year, we talked about bolstering Fund 20 and taking money out of the working cash levy. We did not take money out of working cash principal or interest. We did it out of the levy of money going into it this year to move it towards Fund 20. So, this is something that people have asked, how do we track money? You've heard me talk about function codes, object codes, things like this. So, we have really 5 kinds of accounts. 2 of them, the auditor gives us the entries to do. That's the liability and equity. Sometimes she called it retained earnings. So, they tell us when to make those entries in and out of those accounts. Payroll goes into them and out of them and through the expense accounts. We also have expense accounts, revenue accounts, and asset accounts. The coding, it's very complicated if you don't have a background in it. But if you look, this one here, 10 tells me it's education fund. E, it's an expense account. The 3 zeros, because we do not use location codes, because we don't have a lot of buildings. It's pretty easy to tell where we're going. Function transaction code 2310, that tells me it's a board expense, and 0318 tells me it's legal fees. So when you see 2310, 0300 on the budget, and it's got 600 some thousand, one little piece of it is legal fees. You know, if I pulled 319, it would be all of the liability, property casualty insurances. That's like $450,000. So all that adds up under what's reported in the 300s. And that's the way all across all of it. The next two numbers tell us subject. So at the high school, when Mr. Reed gives me his requisitions each year, each different line item is a different subject code. And then the last thing is source. This is if we're using grant funding. It tells us what grant it comes out of. And the source code that's put in matches the source code that the revenue comes in from the state. Where our money comes from, just kind of the breakdown. You can see the majority of our money is local. Also local money, and I didn't put it in there, and it's still in that 20 million is our countywide sales tax.
Okay, I was wondering about that. Okay.
So I didn't put it in there, but it's calculated in there. State money, EVF, mandated categoricals, and then federal. Federal is really something hard to figure right now. We've heard different things about Title II, Title IV. We did get some allocations this year, but they're not nearly what they had been in the past. Our money breaks down.
Sorry, can you remind me on the mandated categoricals, there's obviously different ones. Transportation falls into that
Yes.
category, and then just a few other items?
Transportation, state, there's a state lunch and breakfast program.
Yeah.
There's I think 8 or 9 different ones. The biggest one is the transportation.
And I'd like to highlight that none of those pay 100% of our expenses.
No.
It's a small percentage.
This year, transportation is actually prorated at 71% of expenses. So we do not get our expenses back. We don't get full reimbursement. Some people think we do. We're not close to full reimbursement for those programs. Yep. Special ed orphanage, we do get 100% back. That's the one that I said vouchered August 21st, just hit the bank. So it's got that delay on it. And that was $406,000 that hit the bank all at once. This, people have asked, how can money be moved? And so this is just a graphic of the buckets. How can we move from one fund to the next? Some can go both directions, some can't, some are only one direction movement. But this way you can just see kind of a simple way of where does it go, what can be transferred, and what is loans. Because from working cash, you can actually loan to other funds or transfer to other funds.
And so you kind of alluded to on the working cash, but you get you can allocate that levy to different buckets.
Yes.
As well as just straight move money straight away from it.
As a tax cap district, we have the ability, as long as we do not go over our max extension limit, to adjust those levies. There's
terms
limits
of where-
on it, but we can
Got it.
adjust some of those.
Got it, okay.
And we did that this year. Previously, it's pretty regularly done based on what your anticipated expenditures are.
Okay.
And so some things for us moving forward. The big thing, Aaron, thank you for saying we're working on projections. We're using the state document to look at projections for revenue and expenditure. It is a very large, cumbersome thing to work through. I am well over halfway through it. I will have it for Rolf and Steve to present in October. And I'm going to have it with 2 different things. One, if we stay on current course. And the second one, if we take this and plan for deficit, reducing the deficits.
Okay.
So that you guys can look at, and it tells us where are we at, year 1 through year 5. Again, when we do projections, no, we're much more accurate year 1 than we are in year 5. There's too many things that we don't know that far out. So just know that as a sliding scale of how accurate we can be as we get towards the end of that 5-year plan. And you see, looking at the different things, making sure the building is taken care of, determining restructuring our expenditures, use the projections, look at the staffing levels, and then the monthly cash flow analysis so that you are prepared and can make monthly decisions for what we need to do for the district. Does the board have any questions for me?
No, thanks for working at a quick pace, kind of wrapping some things up for us, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe Rolf, just from he gets his projections together, can you get together a deficit reduction plan for us? To look at as we look at the projections as those start to come in? Thank you.
Okay, I inadvertently had skipped public comment. Now, we'll be having public comment again in a few minutes, right before our regular meeting, but was there any public comment related to the budget, since I forgot to ask? Nope. Okay, well, we are over on this meeting. I have 6:35, and this hearing is adjourned. I'll take about a 1-minute break, because I got some people wanting to come in. Only when we get this many people coming. Last meeting, we had no guests. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go ahead and call the September 17th, 2025 meeting of the Rochester Board of Education to order. Please call the roll.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley? Mrs. Lamontagne?
Here.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes. Would everyone please stand and face the flag while we recite the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
All right, public comment. I do have down that Tyler Sitko would like to address the board. We'd like to ask if you could to keep it 5 minutes or under.
Sure.
My name is Tyler Sitko. I'm here to address the current conditions of the softball field at Rochester High School that is also used by the junior high. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak. I do have 2 children in the district. Both are in high school here at Rochester. One of my daughters does play softball and is currently a senior. I'm coming to speak to you now during her senior year, knowing that she will most likely not see many of the changes that we are asking for. My hope is that by speaking now, you don't see me as a parent just wanting something that will benefit their child, but that someone that truly cares about this program and the future of the softball program. Our field is in desperate need of this school board's help. Our players are currently playing on a field that, simply put, is unacceptable. Rocket softball deserves to be a priority. We need our playing surface and the surrounding area to be on par with the rest of the athletic teams in the district. We need to have a properly maintained field for not only the high school season, but also for the junior high season moving forward. Currently, this field, the surrounding dugouts, bullpens, batting cages, are not up to par with the rest of the Rochester athletic facilities. Quite frankly, we fall short of Chatham, SHG, Athens, Plains, Williamsville, Mount Zion, Stanford Olympia, U-High, Peoria Notre Dame, Washington, Normal Community, and Lincoln, just to name a few. These players, coaches, and families deserve a place that they can be proud of. Myself, with the help of Coach Howard, we have created a list based on safety concerns, field playability and usability, as well as the overall need for better game day experience for our players and the fans of both Rochester and our opponents. So for the 2026 seasons, there's a few asks that we have. We need new clay bricks to be installed in the pitching lane and the batter's box for safer playing surface. The height of our protected netting needs to be increased drastically. We have had a player and a fan sustain head injuries from foul balls over the past 3 seasons. We would like our batting cages and bullpens to be updated ASAP. New surfaces and higher and new netting are needed. We currently have scraps of turf that have just been thrown down in our batting cages that are dangerous and look awful, as well as the weeds and the loose gravel. And a lot of this is a safety concern for our players to be able to use that. We would like a water line added closer to our field so that our field can be properly watered and maintained to keep it a safe and good playing surface for our players. Currently, it is being hand watered by coaches and players with a water can because we don't have access to that. We would like our dugouts to be painted and fixed. We have some flashing and some siding that's falling off of our dugouts currently. We'd like our flagpole painted and possibly a new flag. Kind of a big one that a lot of people have reached out to me about is our fans' viewing experience that really needs to be improved. We would like new bleachers. They would behind the home plate area that would be in front of our new press box, which we are appreciative for. Or simply a reconfiguration of the existing bleachers that are already out on the field, which would just be a manpower issue at this time to help get that done. Once this is complete, we would also we would like to have a windscreen for privacy for our dugout fence area. Probably the most important thing is this next part. We desperately need a regular maintenance program created for our maintenance crew. This costs almost nothing and just takes some time and some effort. Our field / complex is overrun with weeds. We have been, and I believe would like to continue to be, a postseason host, and this is just not a good look. And being a postseason host does generate some revenue for the school district. We need a field opening and closing checklist. We would like a day-to-day checklist and also a game day checklist moving forward. The infield could really use a proper edge before both the high school and the junior high seasons. The warning track desperately needs to be redone, but at the very least, it needs to be weeded and edged. That is a safety concern for our players. We have good, fast outfielders this year, and it would be nice if they knew when that fence was coming up on them. Yearly weed prevention and fertilizer of the entire complex there. A bi-weekly mowing schedule. I think a Tuesday and Friday mowing schedule of the outfield to keep clippings and clumping at a minimum would be ideal. That way it would be done before any home weekend games, and it would allow for that clippings and clumps of grass to stay down. That's our players' playing surface. It's their soccer pitch, it's their football field, it's their basketball court. I realize that some of these things take some effort and take manpower, but that's what it costs to do when you have an all-natural field. We would like our field during the week to be, before our games, to be watered, nail dragged, and then screen dragged, and then lined. That field gets very hard, very rough, and becomes very tough to play on. So a proper water, nail drag, and screen drag before.
Do you have time? Do you have just one or two quick things you could add, and then?
Yes, I do. I believe with the brand-new turf football field and a brand-new turf soccer field for boys and girls soccer, that now we should be able to have manpower and time for some of these things to get done. Appreciate your time, and thank you.
As a parent of a proud Rochester softball alum, I appreciate you bringing the concerns forward, but I'm going to ask that Coach Baduris, or Mr. Baduris, and Mr. Sievertson have a meeting with you, because really it's more appropriate for them to handle this first before the board would get involved with the details. So they'll come up with some kind of a recommendation.
All right,
But,
thank you.
so, you guys okay with meeting with him to get more details and,
I would
filter
like
that
to
down for us?
add, I think Coach Howard should be involved in
Oh,
those.
absolutely,
more so than
100%.
me. I'm just
Thank
a
you for
volunteer
pointing that out.
assistant, so,
Yeah.
Sarah,
Thank you.
Yep,
he gave us handouts. Did you get a copy?
I did not think, I would like one from you, thanks. And how do you feel about leaving your pictures with us for a little bit.
They're on my phone for life, so you can have
Oh,
them.
okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
All right. Are there any other public comments? Anybody that didn't get a chance to say they wanted to comment? Okay. Before I go on, I do want to say I'm expecting a really long meeting tonight. And if you came just for the softball part and you don't want to stay, it's not rude to get up and leave, but you are welcome to stay. You know, I'm not telling you you have to leave.
Just and nice and do all the things. Keep up the good work, girls.
Thank you for coming.
Girls.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Well, they should have stayed at least as long for my good news.
Kevin, I liked having you front and center, man.
He's like, I'll be backbencher. Come on.
Okay, we are going to move on to good news items. We have 3 tonight. Very excited to share that our Preschool for All program at Rochester Elementary EC1 has earned the Gold Circle of Quality designation from Accelerate Illinois. The Preschool for All class is taught by Mrs. Abby Smith. The Gold Circle of Quality is the highest level of recommendation awarded by Accelerate Illinois. We want to congratulate all of the Rochester pre-K teachers, all of the aides, Mrs. Van Fossen, and Dr. Shaw. I know they all put in a lot of work to get the recognition for this award.
Thank you.
I just
Hey,
want
hey,
to,
Yep,
sorry,
go ahead.
sorry, Ms. Severson gave me the head nod. I just want to recognize we do have a lot of our pre-K teachers here tonight. Abby Smith is right here. Maddie Ryan, Kristen Pachetti, Chelsea McLaughlin, Rachel Burke is our parent liaison, and then Sarah Tolan serves all of our pre-K students as our speech language pathologist. So it's truly a team effort.
I appreciate you being here so we can honor you.
Yeah, thank you.
Woo-hoo, thanks so much.
Yes, John, you got, we're going to ask you to stand up here in a group, and Mr. Hanson's going to take your picture for us. Mrs. Van Fossen and Dr. Shaw, I'd like you to be in the picture too. If there's enough of them, I might be short enough that I'm not in it.
At some point, I know they'll get a nice little state.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming.
And have
Yes, thank you.
nightmares about your Eckers.
And just like with the softball team, feel free to step out whenever you're ready to leave.
No judgment. Not till after the end of good news, please.
Number 2, we would like to recognize Jay McCardle for his donation. He donated both work and speakers for the soccer facility. Thank you so much for your dedication to Rochester schools and the soccer program. Is he here?
Coach Kutcher called him tonight, he was out on business.
Okay,
JR, do you have anything you can add about this project?
It's just, I mean, the speakers are so smooth, the ones that we had weren't that old, but these are just another level. It's nice because the kids can hear it on the field, but it's not blowing people out of the bleachers either. So it was a very good donation and a good addition to the
I
field.
think you mentioned it was a substantial dollar figure for the equipment and the installation too.
Yeah, he owns the Legacy speakers now, so it was a donation from his company, so.
It's top-notch equipment as well.
fortunate to have community support like that. Finally, we would like to recognize Aaron Clemens and Kristen Pachetti, who are both Rochester teachers, for publishing a book, Molly the Unusual Flamingo. So we are going to be doing a picture again.
So I was so thankful for you to let me kind of to take some photos early, and I was sharing them. So they had a book launch. If you didn't know, there's QR codes. We can leave it on the front table. That's adorable. So as I understand it, so Mrs. Pachetti's been in the district for a long. We would never say forever and a day, but at least as long as my kids have been in the district, and I am feeling quite youthful today. So that's just a hop, skip, and a jump. And then Mrs. Clemens had been in her classroom for a long time, and that this is a book that they worked on and that they used with their classroom, and then went to all of the trouble to get it published. And it's cute as bugs here. They threw a book launch party that I was bopping in and out of, so I appreciated a chance to get to see some folks, and it was One of my favorite pictures was like the most quintessential Rochester Saturday morning. It was, they were at one of the lake clubs, visiting their teachers, doing cool stuff, in JFL pants and a sweaty t-shirt. Like there was a family of kids there. So it was great. We very much appreciate it. So thank you for all of the extra effort you put into your classrooms. We appreciate it.
And if you could come up and hold your book.
It's already
Oh, you got one
signed.
there, okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
The hardback, that one's mine. Thank you.
And we'll have John take your picture.
Sorry about this.
Now I'm going to get out of the way, because with only 2 of them, I can't hide.
I know. Just when I need like a hair sticking out somebody's armpit.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for everything. Appreciate it. Okay.
All right, thank you all for being here. All right, now we're going on to Board of Education Committee reports. We're going to start with the Policy Committee, which met on August 28th and September 15th to discuss their policy updates. Mrs. Curley and Mr. Childs are on that committee. Would one of you please update the board on your meetings?
Sure, I promise I'd keep it really short. How's that, Bob? Believe me? All right, so we have a press, there's press stuff down for second reading. We continue to look at that. We continue to work on our broader policy updates as we go along. We have we're probably one more meeting before we bring something for first reading, but we'll likely be ready by October, so it's moving in the right direction.
Awesome, thank
How'd
you.
I do?
Awesome.
I know.
Really well.
I know, go me.
So next is the General Advisory Committee. Oh, sorry, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, that was-
Okay, okay.
sorry.
This one met on September 11th. Dr. Graff is our representative for that committee, and I ask you to update the board.
Okay, so this is only the second time this committee has met. It was kind of created last winter. We had one meeting in May, so this is really the first of what will be quarterly meetings. The committee, for those of you who aren't familiar with, is comprised of a building representative and a parent representative from each building. So we discussed several different things. One of the things was we got some feedback on Parent Square, and Mrs. Keller shared with the committee some of the stats, for lack of a better term, that you had just on the data that we're able to collect. I felt like for the most part it was very positive. The teachers have been using it, really like it. The parents have been using it, really liked it. Some little hiccups and things were discussed, but overall it was very positive. We gave everybody a construction update because especially I think the parents and then the teachers in the lower grades, this is something that they didn't know a whole lot about. So we kind of gave them a construction update. And then we discussed hosting our first Partners in Education Night. This committee is, per our Constitution, required to have at least one, but no more than 4 Partners in Education Nights a year. And this is, Partners in Education is to engage with the community collaboratively. And so we threw around all sorts of different ideas, both for topics that we could have to get the community kind of engaged with the district, but also some different formats for how we go about doing this. I wanted to ask the board, because this committee is a advisory committee to the board. Are there any topics that you guys would like us to tackle? Our next meeting is not until November 13th. I don't need an answer tonight. But if this committee is, part of its goal is to advise the school board, they kind of need, what does the school board want to know from the committee, or what would the school board like to see the committee maybe work on with these Pie Nights? So please be thinking about that. And you've got our minutes. Our next meeting is November 13th. We'll meet January 29th as well. And then we'll set another date in the spring when all the admins come and do handbooks. So we haven't got that date yet.
All right, thank you.
You said before November.
Yeah, November 13th. Yeah, if there's just anything
Okay. Thank
you would like us to discuss, please let me know.
Okay, our next item is the district leadership team. This will be brief. We do have to have a board member representative for this team. Historically, it has been the board president, and I would like to serve in that capacity unless there are any objections or, okay. Next, Mr. Severson has proposed that we consider having a student representative on the Board of Education. I am open to this. Now, there's very strict rules. They will never be part of closed session. They will never get confidential information, and they don't even have an official vote. But it's a way for us to get student input on what's going on. It would be a high school student. They would have to apply. They would be selected. He sent us some more information, the board packet you probably had a chance to read through. Are there any questions on that, any objections to that? We don't need an official motion, we're just a discussion.
Absolutely no objections. I really would be excited to have a student representative on the
Yes.
school board.
Yeah, same.
Ditto.
Is there any
I like the
other
idea.
schools that have done it that you've been a part of? I haven't heard of it.
We did at Canton.
Yeah.
It was really pretty cool because it kind of took a life on its own. We implemented a STEM program, which was Project Lead the Way. And I had students come to me and ask, hey, we would like more courses. Because it was an articulated program all the way through pre-K through high school. But for this particular one, it was a medical STEM program, and they wanted at least 2 courses for junior and senior high. And I'm like, what are you asking me for? And I'm like, you got a student, you come to the board, ask them. So what we did was, we had students come present to the board and actually advocate for their own education. And then that led to a student representative. And it was really pretty cool, because the board would consult with the student representatives on important curriculum decisions they were making, just to find out what the mood of the student body was. So it was neat, it really was.
District 186 also has a student representative on their board.
A little
Very cool.
background, I will tell you, last year, there was a legislator that had proposed a bill requiring student reps to school boards, which the Illinois Association of School Boards vehemently opposed, because we believe in local control. We're not against having a student rep,
Yeah.
we're against
Don't
requiring
require
schools
it.
to have it.
Sure, yep.
I will say that the Gen Ed committee, we have 2 student reps. We have a high school and a junior high, and they provide invaluable information because they look at
And-
things completely different.
And those kids are wonderful.
Yes, yes.
Really, really impressive
Ab-
students.
Yes.
Well, and historically, one of our student reps to General Ed, like 10 years ago, was Brad Allowelt's daughter, and she
Yeah.
did great.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Wes Myers and Carolyn Bramer, and I cannot say enough fabulous things about them. They are absolutely amazing on that committee.
All right, so I guess you have our marching orders to go forward with that.
And the IASB has a whole bunch of resources on it, trying to get you to look at it. I will talk with Jeff Reed about putting out applications, and maybe Matt, and then we'll recruit somebody and maybe go through some interviews for them. And those guys can make recommendations for those students, and we can bring them in one night at a board meeting and interview them and appoint them.
Perfect.
Sounds awesome.
Sounds great.
All right, next is the discussion and possible approval of the Citizens Advisory Committee Charter and Bylaws. We had mentioned this generically last meeting, that we'd be coming back with more information this meeting, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Severson to please update us on this.
Yeah, I talked to the superintendent of Wheaton Warrenville District 200, and they have an extensive history of a Citizens Advisory Committee, and it's been very successful. So the bylaws and charter that I drafted are actually borrowed from Wheaton Warrenville. Wheaton Warrenville, you might know this already, but Wheaton is the home of Billy Graham. It is a high-performing school, well-respected school district in the state of Illinois. The only thing that I have reservations about is, one, you have quite a few committees right now. I don't want to create any that are redundant, and maybe you might want to wait until after you get a new superintendent hired. I'm just have reservations about creating another committee without the input of a new superintendent. But you do have the charter and bylaws that have already been drafted. If you choose to move forward with them now, or when you hire a new person, it's set to go.
Okay.
It's all outlined in meetings and, you know, what the purpose of it is.
10-minute
So
detention.
you have the framework in place. Do you wanna wait until after somebody's brought on board, or do you wanna implement it now, or what are your thoughts? And my vision of this, and keep in mind, if you hire somebody new, which you're going to, their vision might be different than mine.
Yeah.
But what I think, and this is my opinion, I'm a huge advocate for taxpayers in school settings. And I believe that a committee like this should be comprised of taxpayers and businesses, farmers that can give you advice and maybe a mood of the community on, you know, the direction of the district or what their perception of it is.
So I'll say that, I think that I appreciate the work that went into this. I think that it is something that I would, if I was coming in to be the new leader, and working together, I would wanna weigh in before we
Sure.
kicked off. But I do think that there's probably space for, a more casual conversation. I think that you've had an opportunity to see a lot of different things about the district and some of the challenges, and heard from a lot of different stakeholders. So before the new person comes in, the idea of having had a conversation with whether we point people in his direction, to have an informal conversation kind of ahead of, and like floating the idea of this is something the board is considering, what kinds of things should we be considering, and still getting input from that, from a group, but not formalizing it with bylaws and all of the structure, and then appointing people, and then a new person comes in is like, no, thank you. Like, oh, whoops.
Right.
We have a lunch scheduled for next Thursday. Yeah. So that, I mean, that's where I
think
fall
that's-
on it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that makes a lot of sense.
I had two thoughts which I had previously shared with Mr. Severson on a phone call. I empathize with the idea of too many committees, but I think it's very important because it's distinctly different. Our other committees, one's made up of staff, one's made up of parents. This would specifically be taxpayers that are not parents. And I think it's important that they all have a voice. My second thought was to help cut down on the time commitment, maybe once a year, 2 or 3 of the committees can meet as a large group. You know, like,
Multiple
to me, the
committees.
parent one and the taxpayer one, that's a natural thing to have them. You know, if we wanted to also have, you know, the DLT meet at the same time, we could talk, I mean, again, that's details the new person could figure out. I'm just throwing out suggestions, but I feel it's very important for all these groups to have a voice. I'm okay with letting the other person help with the details, but I think we should push to have it happen in some form.
Yeah, I agree. I like this. I like giving the opportunity for people who aren't otherwise connected to the district to weigh in, because their voices matter. And I'm trying to find, it was only gonna meet quarterly, right? Yeah, so it's not like we're adding a committee within a monthly commitment for somebody.
And that,
so.
and I know DLT is quarterly and
Jeanette is
Jeanette's
quarterly.
So combining, you know, like the 3rd or 4th quarter meeting would be
Right.
fairly natural to do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Or maybe even the 1st quarter meeting as the school year gets off, you know? But, you know, again, those are details that can be figured out down the line.
right. Yeah, I don't wanna abandon this.
Yeah, I would just say, I think it's a good idea. I mean, obviously, we have a lot of folks in the community that might not have kids in the school, but they're very engaged in the community, have a differing opinion. I think it would be great to implement at the appropriate time.
Okay. So are we agreement, we'll table the details until we've hired a new superintendent?
And maybe even this winter as we transition, once we've hired someone, but
Oh, yeah.
Wolf is gone, then that's when we can really start.
I will email all of these charters to everybody,
Yeah.
so, and also what my practice is when I do these interims, I back up my files and take them with me, of board meetings, so if you need any resources, you can call me and I can email them to you.
Okay.
And I do whatever I can to help districts after I leave their employment, so.
Well, we appreciate it
Yes.
in advance.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next, discussion of playground grants. This is gonna be Mr. Severson and Dr. Shaw.
I'll defer to Dr. Shaw.
So I have been looking for any available grants that we can have, as I had updated you guys about a few months ago. We simply just don't feedback from you all. I've found several match grants that are appropriate, at least we can apply for them. I don't know if we'll get them or not, but we can apply. But I need to know what the board can commit to so that I know what to apply for.
Could I ask the finance committee to schedule a meeting relatively quickly? Because I'm sure there's deadlines on these grants. And the finance committee make a recommendation to the board on what we can spend?
Say that again.
Some of them have some of them have due dates that have already passed, some of them have due dates that are coming up, some of them are just open all the time. Some of them are offered
Yeah.
through the company that, well, that you get the playground equipment from, so it's all there's just a wide variety out there.
Okay.
So, but I do think the sooner we can have a plan moving forward will help, and then if we can knock some of them out, then I'll know, we'll just keep applying to the next one so we can see what we
Right.
go.
Chris, I know
Just
you
one question,
sent,
what's the amount of the grant? Are we talking 1,000, 5,000?
I mean, if we're looking to replace just really bare minimum at the EC1 and 2-3, we're really talking about $1 million bare minimum. So we'd be looking at least $500,000.
That's what I was getting at. So that's a meeting, we need to have a discussion.
And part of that's
Yeah,
because of
well-
all the different safety restriction regulations and things like that that we have to follow. We can't just slap a swing set out there.
Right, tearing out the old equipment, we'd have to pay somebody to install the new equipment and purchase the equipment.
Yeah.
Again, that would be ADA compliant, that wheelchairs can go up, like, we need to make sure that we have all of those pieces in place. And then that would be putting in mulch, ADA compliant mulch, so I want to be honest about that too. It's
Yeah.
not like a poured surface,
Yeah.
because if we're looking at that, we're looking at way more than $1 million
Yeah.
for 2 playgrounds.
yeah, I know, Chris, and you sent me a company that does the matching of, helps you apply and that sort of thing. I spoke with somebody in town here that does engineering, that did the Riverton ones, and yeah, like I was pretty shocked with the sticker price on a lot of this stuff. So I think it's definitely a finance piece, but it's also, we need to make sure buildings are it's part of, and it really drives me nuts that the 2-3 buildings is effectively unusable the way it is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
EC1's close by.
I know.
Yeah, and I
But
mean,
That,
what we
2-3's
know
newer though.
about behavior
That's the,
and the
Oh,
direct
yeah.
correlation with recess,
I
it
know.
really is important, so I appreciate you putting
Yeah.
and bringing that kind of to our attention, and I would appreciate, the board
Yep.
really trying to figure something out, because,
Yep.
we can implement behavior programs and strategies, and we can hire behavior, people, but what we know is that movement
Yeah.
is of the utmost importance.
Yeah.
All humans need an outlet, but especially littles.
Yeah.
and I know Dr. Kaler brought up some just different thoughts and ideas, and so we'll try to make sure we document those well and get some of the thoughts down on paper. We need the full suite of options, because that one's
I
a
guess
big dollar figure, but man, we
Yeah.
need to figure that
I
one
guess
out
one
too.
question I had, the grants, I guess, I get the overall scope is enormous. Are all of the grants of that magnitude with the matching, or are there some
No,
that are
they're
smaller?
smaller. I mean, there are grants that go down even as far as like $2,000, but,
It's not gonna move the needle,
right.
probably the way you
Yes.
want it to.
And I think at a certain point, I mean, so we're kind of piecemealing right now, like we're getting a couple like freestanding things, but
Sure.
at a certain point, it's also, it's just not gonna look very nice. Like, we want it all to flow together and look
Yep.
nice. We don't want people to come up and think, oh, they piecemealed that
Yeah.
together.
Yeah,
That makes sense, that we need
Yeah.
a global plan.
Yes, and I think even if we have a global plan, and we know that that's our plan, and we know like what
Right.
the color scheme is and all of that, then we could piecemeal it
Sure.
together. And I think that there is value to getting freestanding pieces of equipment, because there are students who can't climb or, go up on the playground equipment for a multitude of different reasons. And so I think to make sure that every student is able to be successful playing on the playground is important. So I'm not saying don't get freestanding equipment, I'm saying we just need to have a
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well then, based on your suggestion in that conversation, let's start with the building committee.
Um,
Coming up
we-
with 2 or 3 plans, and then,
We did,
Finance.
we always have those meetings together, so we'll just parlay them.
perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. All right, can I trust you to
Yeah.
proceed and make sure you reach out to Rolf to help you get that scheduled, please. Okay,
Thank you.
approval of consent agenda. Is there any discussion for the board on the consent agenda? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mr. Taft.
Yes.
Okay, discussion and approval of budget fiscal year 26. Dr. Kaler, was there anything else she wanted to add in addition to our earlier hearing?
My time already on this.
All right. Yes, but we appreciate it. I think it was important to do those explanations. Okay, is there a motion to approve the Rochester CUSD 3A budget for fiscal year 26?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna pass around the budget. I wanna point out, since we all voted yay, you need to put your signature in this first column.
Yeah.
It's not a back and forth.
Always finding you tomorrow.
Next is a discussion and possible approval of rental agreement for the soccer field. There was information on this in your packet. Before I ask for a motion, was there anything else you wanted to add on that? Dr. Kaler, I know you put that together for us and I appreciate it.
Really, JR and Chad had a chance to look at it. They didn't see anything on it, so we're not doing it to generate significant revenue. It's just that if we're going to be using our facilities, we need to make sure that we're at least covering the cost of using them.
Correct. And thanks for your time on it too, then. Okay, is there a motion to approve the rental agreement for the soccer field as presented?
Did we, I mean, when working on it, when you guys worked together, were we comfortable that it was that was a way that we wanted to go and that we wouldn't be putting our own facilities at risk? Or,
I think the way the agreement's written, it allows us an opportunity to review, you know, what the purpose is. Is it like, we've had inquiries from local club teams that wanna just practice on it? That's different than if a team says, hey, we wanna come in and host a 64 team
Yeah, sure.
tournament.
Right.
So, the flexibility to be able to deny those requests helps.
And it's in line with the way we do rent out other facilities, so I don't think it would look good for us to say you can use everything but the soccer field. So is there a
keeping our
motion?
new toys new
Is there a motion to approve the rental agreement for the soccer field as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley.
Yes.
All right, discussion and possible approval of the credit card renewal and credit line increase. Dr. Kaler, would you please present on this?
Sure, we do not need an approval on this. I'm just letting you know. In October of '23, the board approved $50,000 in credit limits. At the time, we had 4 credit cards. Superintendent had a $20,000 limit. The three of us each had a $10,000 limit. Obviously, Rolf does not have one as an interim. When a new superintendent is hired, that person will get a credit card. Same thing with me leaving, so my card is no longer active. So with only 2 credit cards, I have had Bank of Springfield raise each of their limits to $25,000. So we didn't go over, but I wanted you to know that because when we presented this originally, we had a plan of how the limits were gonna be broken down.
Makes sense.
Did that work well, that method? The reason I bring that up is that some practices in business and industry allows the employee to pay their own travel expenses and then be reimbursed at
We
the
still do
return.
that some.
That's why we got the credit cards though, so our employees wouldn't have to do that. That was the main reason we got them.
Sometimes we
Because when they're-
watch
some of our teachers-
expenditures when it's our own money versus somebody else's. That's my
But
point.
they still have to
Oh,
keep
sure.
receipts and they have to stay, it's under a certain thing for food and,
Well,
There's a
How'd
board,
that work
there's a board
policy that limits the
Yeah.
expenditures.
The guidelines.
but some of
Well,
our
it means-
teachers at conferences, paying for several nights at a hotel is an awful lot, and then to wait to get reimbursed. I mean, this is to show respect to.
Well, but this isn't just used for travel, so I coach the robotics team, for example, I just had JR, had to go get the district credit card, and it was what, probably $500-600 to register the team. That isn't fair to ask volunteers to shell out that much money for, I mean, that was required, if we're gonna have a robotics team, you've gotta pay it.
And the other thing we're facing.
You know, so it's not just travel.
Yeah.
use purchase orders?
They don't,
Huh?
most companies aren't taking them
That's like
anymore,
that.
which is the
We got-
second reason we did this.
Sounds like-
Most companies
Oh,
will
you
not
have to
accept
go
purchase
overseas.
orders anymore.
So district's check signed by the,
I can't issue a check without an invoice. We can't have an invoice without being approved by the board. So there's things that we have to get on short-term basis, or we need in a hurry. We have to use the credit card for it, and then that's why we put the details in the bills.
it leaves you vulnerable to.
It does, which is why we work with the auditor.
But that's
to
why
create
we as a board last year approved very strict rules on the use. And everybody that's using it signs off on those uses. We have put all the safety things in place that we can.
And we even see the receipts sometimes whenever
would
it's
hope
a
so.
bigger one.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like,
So-
they all do, but I mean, it's even in the bills.
So the auditor actually brought this up last year, and she said she gave us processes to actually strengthen our oversight of it. And at a finance committee last year, I had the credit cards there. Anytime that the finance committee would like to see them at our finance meetings, they're available. I don't want them to ever be hidden. I want them to be open so that you guys understand. The other thing is, very simply, like in the summer blast off program, Jennifer would be spending over $1,000 a month out of her own pocket
Yeah.
just for snacks and things on the blast off and their trips, because most of these places will not take, we're not just
Yeah.
taking cash, they won't take POs. We've got to send our kids with a credit card to pay for it so that they can get in. Different field trips that the blast off does over the summer, not just blast off. Perfect example, they went to ISU Planetarium, great program, but that's where we needed that.
Colleges are a big one. I will say, at the state, we're in the middle of getting a credit card for the work that my teams do, because we're doing job fairs and going all of these places where you have to register online, and you can't register online with,
I'm just thinking
my husband sent me a text this morning, hey, why is there $900 on our credit card today? And I said, well, because we don't have our thing yet, and I don't want my staff to do it, so they're gonna pay me
And
too.
just a reminder, they don't just carry these around. They are locked up in a safe.
Checked out,
Here in the
checked.
district office and have to be checked out anytime they're used.
And when they
Even
get-
by the people whose names are on them.
Can I add to, like, what we used to have to do is if I was purchasing something for special ed or for blast off, I would actually give my own personal credit card to a staff member. Otherwise, I would have to drive with them to go on that field trip or go get that, which then would take away time for two of us to be able to, like, it
Nope.
just wasn't,
Yeah.
it's just not feasible to keep that up this.
Yeah, it's been working for over a year now, and we've, the finance committee last year spent a lot of time putting together the strict rules.
Weren't there infractions in the past that,
Nope,
no?
Not in relation to credit card.
Not in relationship
Nope.
to the
No,
credit card.
the only issue we have with credit cards is keeping track of receipts, and we have done very well. So one thing that the auditor had us do is they create a form to where when they check out a card, and I just use JR's example, it comes back in, receipt is stapled to that form. On the back of that form is the tax exempt letter, so if they're buying something, they can hand that right to the company or the vendor so that they're getting the sales tax taken off. That's working well. If the auditor comes in this year and says, hey, I want you to do this to even make it stronger, I'm assuming that Wealth and Seed will do that to strengthen that procedure. The nice thing is, we don't have a lot of cards. I know districts that have several per building, and just keeping track of that is a nightmare, having had to do that. I like that we've got, even 4 is fine. In a district this size, 4 cards make sense. Once you have permanent people in those places, I recommend going back to 4 cards.
okay.
I sent you the policy and email, Bob.
Yeah,
Go and look at it.
It was
If you got any
discussed in a couple
questions, let
meetings
me
last
know.
year too. You should
Yeah, I
have
know
it in your
it
old
was.
emails.
Thought I forgot to.
Okay,
just trying
so
to make it
I
feel
don't, you
comfortable.
said we don't need a motion, but I was talking a little bit with Mr. Severson. Since we're not sure, in the interest of transparency, I'm gonna make a motion anyway. It's not gonna hurt anything.
Sure.
So is there a motion to approve the renewal of the credit card and the credit line increase?
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds.
Yes.
Dr. Graf.
Yes.
Sorry.
One more thing on the credit cards, just to prevent from having people that accidentally put automatic renewals on subscriptions and things, our cards are up this year. I've asked Bank of Springfield to provide new cards, new numbers. Just so that we don't have that issue of, hey, what happens if somebody leaves and we're renewing a subscription that nobody's using?
Why would we do
And
that?
so we're making sure that every time they get renewed, I've asked Justin
That's great,
from Bank
yeah.
of Springfield to provide new numbers, so that worst case scenario is it's one extra year, not multiple.
Awesome.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the early graduates applications as presented?
I have a question, but I can move to do so before. Is this about the same number as we typically get?
It's a smaller number, but we
Oh.
usually don't have the most I think we ever had was one year when we had a peak enrollment. I think we had like 17, but it's usually between 5 and 10, I would say. Does that sound about right? Well, you might be familiar, but I don't, because you're in the high school, but I know you don't usually see these. But I think it's usually between 5 and 10.
Okay.
Mrs. Keller, you probably have a good memory on that.
I'd say that's probably.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll move to approve the recommendations of the high school administrators to approve the
Early graduates
early
applications.
graduate applications.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
It's like,
Please
get
call
all
the
the
roll.
words
Mrs. Curley,
Yes, please.
Mrs. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne.
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Dr. Graf,
Yes.
Mr. Carly.
Yes.
Okay. Next is the approval of the memorandum of understanding between Rochester and us on their school resource officer. So is there a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Village of Rochester and Rochester CUSD 3A for a school resource officer?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the,
Was there
Sorry.
a document created?
it's the same one we have every year.
Is it renewed every single year?
Every school year, we have to renew it.
Okay, perfect.
So it's a matter of renewing an existing
Yes,
contract. Is this a contract?
yes. Yeah, basically,
It's an intergovernmental
Village of
agreement.
Rochester provides the car, the uniform, the weapon, all the equipment, and the officer, we pay the salary. And there's a little more to it than that, but that's the basic agreement. We've had that for between 8 and 10 years now, I want to say.
That's a good way to do it.
It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Was there a motion? I can't
Yep,
remember.
and a
Okay,
second.
okay, call the roll.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Dr. Graf,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne.
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds.
Yes. Okay, updates and revisions to Board of Education Policy Updates 111E and 119. This is the second reading. Is there a motion to approve the updates and revisions to the Board of Education Policy Updates 111E and Policy Updated 119?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Dr. Graf,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mr. Taft.
Yes.
Okay, discussion and approval of the school-wide positive behavior supports activity account. Dr. Kaler?
So the RIS has asked for another activity account to be added to theirs, we fall under their supervision, basically to support their behavior initiatives within the building. They'll do their fundraising, they'll use this back for kids, so the process to do that is to bring it to the board to get approval, so we can create that account line for them, and they can start that process. I don't see any reason not to recommend.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve a school-wide positive behavior supports activity account for Rochester Intermediate School?
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Lamontagne.
Yes.
Dr. Graf,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mr. Childs.
Yes.
Okay, principal and director reports. We are expecting a lengthy meeting tonight. I do like to hear from you. We did see your written reports, so we have most of the details, but I'm going to ask you if there's one or two quick things you'd like to highlight, because we like to hear from you. Otherwise, I've been asked to have you keep it brief. So I'm going to start tonight with Mr. Lauber.
Yay. Adrian's like, yes,
Yeah,
never.
no,
never happens.
okay, a couple things to make it quick then.
Oh,
We did the
Aaron.
senior.
Give him the mic. Or steal it. Yep.
I'm pretty loud though.
It's
I
for
know, I
the
know.
streaming,
The
yeah.
adoring fans at home.
Yes.
No, hey, one big thing that we did is the senior paint the lot, and I know you guys see it when you're coming in, and that's a really cool tradition that we've started. That the kids come out here and spend some time with their parents as well. Out there, you see the kids and their families out there doing that, and that's just kind of a cool kickoff to the school year as well as it gets them involved and they have their spots there, and that's a neat thing for us. And we have homecoming coming up, and then all the other stuff that started with school. One last thing, we had our rocket crew, which is something that we started 3 years ago at the junior high, and it's our first time in the high school with it, with the freshmen, 7th graders and 8th graders all did an activity on the day, so we're looking to continue that, so.
Awesome.
Great
Thank you
things
so
happening.
much for being here.
Yep.
Mr. Nika?
How we doing? First one, so I got to go over all my notes for both schools. Just a couple things that have been going on that was pretty cool. In 4th grade, Miss Bartolozzi's class, they built volcanoes and invited families to come in, which was a really cool experience. A lot of parents did come in. Admin got to go in and see it as well. It was a really cool time, and the kids seemed to love it, so that was awesome. A couple things we've been doing. Our PBS committee has been working to establish goals for good behavior, and we're trying to develop leaders at a younger age, so that way when they continue to go, like they're being developed in elementary, keep growing through we do that. Some of the things they're doing is taking a part in our Tuesday and Thursday morning greetings, where we have 30 minutes with the students. They're taking a leadership role in that and leading those, and we're really trying to give them more leeway through that, so that way they continue to grow, and eventually we just sit back and enjoy it, and they take full control of it. So they're doing a great job with that. For RJHS, the students made an expectations video for the Rocket football games, which is really
awesome.
cool.
It was
Those you've
so
seen on the
cute.
board. Yeah, they do a really cool job with that. And just a few things going on. Junior high drama just concluded auditions for Elf the Musical. So that'll be coming November 8th and 9th. 40 students rehearsing, so be sure to come and support.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you.
I have double duty tonight also. Mr. Krupple wanted me to share, and I'm just going to read it. I'm sorry. We are continuing and expanding our collaboration with the high school world language clubs. We will be having a monthly meeting at our elementary and high school students to connect and learn about Spanish and German languages and cultures. Students will be placed in one group to start, but when they have them switch second semester in order to increase the exposure. The first meeting is September 26th.
Awesome.
And then for my building, we've had a lot of great things going on. Pre-K did Meet the Machines night. It was amazing to see. They put a ton of work into it. The kids loved the tractor and the tow truck.
The pictures were awesome.
The tow truck was the big hit, and all of our children were filthy afterwards because it was very greasy. And then I just want to do two plugs. My PTO is doing a family fun day on October 19th with food trucks, bounce houses, face painting, and all the fun. And then Mrs. Pachetti and Mrs. Clemens did not promote themselves enough. They have a book signing this Saturday at Mockingbird Bakery from 9 to 11. So if you hadn't had a chance to go and buy the book or even just go and see the book, it's really great, and that's at Mockingbird. So another great way to bring our community into our classrooms. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for telling us that. Okay, next I have the Director of Student Services.
Okay, so there's so many amazing things happening at the beginning of the year, and with that, we have had several different committee meetings and have another big one on the horizon that I wanted to mention. One being our mentoring group got together at the beginning of September and covered a variety of topics, with that evaluation being a big section of that, as well as professional development and what that looks like, and how we are utilizing PB Plus as a district moving forward. In addition to that, we had our General Education Advisory Council, which you heard about this evening. I just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone who is a member on that committee. The conversation, reflection that took place that evening was powerful, and I'm excited about the work moving forward. And finally, our Curriculum and Instruction Council will be meeting on September 25th to kick off our year together. I know we've got some things on the horizon related to curriculum, and some possible proposals that will be coming your way, so just get ready.
Thank you.
So, you're so welcome.
Okay, Director of Special Education.
I don't have anything because I already talked about playground, so we're.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And the Director of Communications.
Just a couple things. This shored that up so that way we won't be missing any communications with any families. We're also working with the other directors to get more trainings implemented for Parent Square because if we keep at our current rate, there will be some communication fatigue on both sides just because it is being so used. So just to help them to make sure that they're not over communicating now at this point. Otherwise, our families will disengage and stop paying attention, and we don't want that.
Yes.
And then just the other two things we were able to highlight, our pre-K was highlighted by News Channel 20 for their award, and the AI policy was highlighted by WAND. They did a complete story, which is 1:20. That's as good as it gets in news.
Awesome.
So that's a pretty significant thing. They wanted to hear about how we were utilizing AI to help our kids be ready, and so that was a big win to have them come and talk to us.
Thank you. All right, and now Mr. Severson.
I got an email from Abigail Nicole about a program through the Illinois Symphony Youth Orchestra. It's designed for local schools called Starter and Junior Strings. Program runs before or after school and teaches students in 3rd grade and above the fundamentals of string instruments. I'm working with band teachers, and we'll be having a meeting, and Amy will be sitting in on the meeting. It sounds like a great program. I don't really see a downside to it. As Aaron mentioned, Chris is going to be working on deficit projection. I will have a deficit reduction plan sometime after Christmas. I visited probably 25 classrooms so far. One of them was Kevin's. Kevin's a great teacher. You've got outstanding teachers. All the buildings were very impressive. It was really a pleasure to visit the classrooms, and I plan on visiting more. School improvement planning process is coming along wonderful. Our administrators have done a great job. I have met with all of them on their goals, and they are benchmarking the students, and also will have the SIPs ready for presentation in the October board meeting. Evaluations are moving forward. I've established goals with all the principals, and I will be starting observations very soon. I do want to say this is Chris's last board meeting, and I am sad that he's leaving, but I don't blame him because he is improving his salary and moving on to a bigger challenge.
And shortening his commute.
Which I think is a little crazy, but I mean, he's the type of guy that likes big projects to manage. So he's been a really good and loyal employee, and thank you for everything you've done for the children and families of Rochester.
Much
You'll be
appreciated.
missed.
Thanks, Chris.
Much appreciated. Thanks so much.
And welcome aboard Steve Wilder, who will be replacing him.
Right. Sorry, Steve, I left you out. And that's my report.
All right, thank you so much. All right, then, we are down to closed session. Is there a motion to enter into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, student disciplinary cases, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
So moved.
Is there a second?
That's easy for you to say.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Okay, I have 7:34. Please grab your food, use the facilities, and be back in here by 7:40.
Green.
You want on?
Yeah, green.
We're good?
Yep.
All right, is there a motion? Oh, sorry, I skipped the closed session one already. Is there a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to adjourn the September 17th,
So moved.
2025 Board of Education meeting? Sarah has made that motion. Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you, Mr. Carly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sure you don't wanna stay over